All right, good morning, traders. How's everybody doing on this fantastic Thursday morning? Bitcoin breaking down Tuesday, the day I thought it was actually going to bounce. We ended up breaking down yesterday, and let me see here what's going on. Give me 1 second. Yesterday didn't do a whole lot. And here we are today. So right now we're currently trading as an inside day on Bitcoin. Yesterday, I mean, it wasn't that bad of a day ultimately, but it ended up getting down almost 20%. So this blue line right here is 20% down from the all-time highs. I could assume that it would go a little bit lower if it wasn't for this. This thing it's extremely down right now. You're looking at a 15 fear and greed index. Bitcoin down almost 20%, right at 20%. I kind of figure it's going to bounce soon. I'm not saying that it's going to bounce and go to fresh all-time highs or anything, but I assume it is probably going to bounce before it rolls over or goes much lower. But with that being said, we do have other metrics that don't seem to be lining up with a big bounce right now. For instance, if you look at long-term holder supply, it's going lower, it's still going lower, and it's trending in that direction. We typically want to see this bounce, or at the very least bottom, but that will probably come after price bottoms. The price will most likely bottom first, and then we'll see this thing go up a little bit. That's the long-term holder supply, long-term hodler supply, whatever you want to call it. Glassnode updated their video YouTube yesterday with a similar chart. I don't know what happened to them. They used to do a weekly YouTube video. It seems like their last video was a year ago. Strange. But anyways, yeah, that's what we're looking at. So, I mean, is it possible that it continues to go lower here? It is, absolutely. We're going to be watching when it gets down into here to see if it can bounce, maybe before it makes a fresh weekly low, or if it liquidates the weekly low, does it bounce after that? If it starts trending under the weekly low, then we're just going to set in shorts. We're going to make a lot of money to the downside. It's going to be fun. But we did lose the November VWAP, which I did not want to see that happen. We lost it yesterday, or actually we lost it on Tuesday, but yesterday we were back above it briefly early in the morning, and then we ended up breaking down around the time that we were live. So yesterday we basically didn't do a whole lot. We took a short on Fartcoin, made our $300 daily goal, and I added to that position this morning. I haven't taken any new trades this morning, so maybe we take a new trade today. I'm just not loving anything that I'm looking at. So on Ethereum, let's see here. It's basically the same thing. This trend line isn't a long-term trend line or anything. It was just basically, you can see this bear flag here, and yesterday we closed back under it. So with Ethereum, you've literally broken down outside of a bear flag. Bitcoin has broken down outside of a 5-month range. So everything on the crypto looks rough, looks bad. So it looks like it wants to go lower. Hopefully by now you've put on a hedge at a swing high. Whether it was a daily swing high or a weekly swing high, just hopefully by now you have hedged out some of that downside risk. If you're not flat out just scalping downside trades, it doesn't really matter how you hedge out your long-term Bitcoin position. Just make sure you do get at least some kind of hedge going. But yeah, Fartcoin currently pushing here. It's been consolidating since yesterday. Hasn't broken down yet. It might not break down yet. This one is extremely extended from its weekly 21 exponential. Its weekly 21 exponential is all the way back up there at 66 cents. And price is currently at 27 cents. So extremely stretched out to the downside here. That's basically because it hasn't been able to like really get anything going to the downside. It's been trending down for the last 3 weeks, but I mean, from 32 to 27, not that vicious. It's, you know, you get, like yesterday we got basically one, after we put in this 4-hour engulfing, because this is where we shorted Fartcoin yesterday. So once we put in this 4-hour engulfing, my profit target was down here. This candle opened up, pushed down into it, took me out. I added to the position on this wick right here as it traded up. Oh, no, I did not. I did that. Wait, what did I do that on? Let me pull up Fartcoin real quick to see what's going on. I got a couple positions open. I'm also short on Pingu. And then I put on another Bitcoin short. It was Bitcoin that I put on another short this morning. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're working with. We currently have these positions open. So long-term short for Bitcoin up here. I actually wanted to add to this position, but I missed this. So I added this morning at the London session open. We were trading up in here on the London session open, so I decided to go ahead and add to that. So I have 2 trades open here on Bitcoin, one short here. This one's going to stay open forever. And then this one's going to be a scalping position. Now, once this one gets up to about 360, if it does today, if Bitcoin continues to roll over, this one will get shedded. Like, I'll take profits on it because that's $300 daily goal. But I'm only going to take a partial, so I need it to move beyond $300. And then here is the Fartcoin short. And here is the Pingu short. So got a few short positions open today. Today's probably the day Bitcoin will bounce. So for Ethereum, we can watch the open to see if it bounces here or not. I don't love this to the upside as it's losing its monthly VWAP. And we lost the weekly VWAP already. I mean, this kind of price action right here, notice how the highs are just barely lower. It's you're getting a push and then it goes into consolidation and you're getting these giant bounces. And then those bounces get faded, but even after the fade, nothing really happens, and then another big gigantic bounce. I don't like this kind of price action. To me, it seems like something is going on. There's a lot of extreme leverage on the downside, I'm sure. But when I pull up the indicator to look for liquidations, it's still showing up like as if there's more longs to liquidate than shorts. Let me refresh this chart real quick. So, I mean, it still looks like that. So clearly the white hot spots are the heavier liquidity according to this indicator. That's where the heaviest liquidities are sitting. I mean, there's 3 gigantic places of liquidity down below the weekly low, and really nothing as far as white hot up above. So it seems like more people are still levered long than people that are levered short. Whenever that flips, I guess we'll get our bounce. But at the same time, I still do not love okay, anyways, I do not love what I'm seeing here. Okay, but anyway, moving forward. We're going to watch 3414 on ETH today. See if we're not going to just go ahead and open a position there yet. I want to wait for the market to open. I want to see a push into this level, and then I want to see a rejection. If it does that, then I can put on a long on Ethereum. That will more than likely cancel out either the fart or Pingu shorts, which I'm okay with both because I've already taken profits on both of those trades. So these are just leftovers, if you will. I did re-add to the short on Fartcoin, but if you look right here, you can see I've already made $300 on that trade. I've already made $300 on that trade. So these are both of these can be closed, actually. But if I do end up closing one, it would be the Pingu trade because it's only not even half of a position. It's like a 1/3 of a position size. So if I were to get long on ETH, it would essentially just count this one null and void. So I will more than likely close this position and then open a ETH, but I could just leave it open as well. I have plenty of dry powder to throw at the market. I could open up 20 of those trades if I wanted to. But we'll see what we get into today at the bell. Hopefully everybody's having themselves a fantastic week. Judging by a few other metrics, it's probably not likely. I know some of the people in my chat are doing good. Hopefully it's like that across the whole space. I would love to see more and more people doing better in these markets. Happy people, happy people. But we'll watch Ethereum and see what's what. And then as far as big movers today in the crypto world, we have nothing. We have a few, obviously, but none of the top 5 are anything that I would trade. So here are your top movers in the crypto world. You can see the biggest mover on the day is only 32,000 or 32%, 108,000 tokens traded. This is 24-hour volumes. JCT USDT has 148,000. I need 1 million before I'll even get involved because these are like extremely low floats. They could, excuse me, got the coffee hiccups and burps and everything going on. They can move a whole lot more because they're small cap. They're already, when an asset is already up 100% or 50%, it's already moving a lot. So it just makes it a little bit more difficult not to lose a shitload of money on them. So I don't trade anything with less than 1 million. So I lied. The last one, the Resolve USDT, is up 20% today with 4 million tokens traded. Good morning, No Pants, says Wes. Never. Jewelry Affairs, good morning, my friend. BTWSL, good morning. Janet's Thoughts, good morning. Wes again, good morning. Great work, or great week, says Bitcoin Jedi. Nice work, Brandon. Yeah, Brandon is pretty short, I think. Looking for a much deeper push. To be honest with you, it doesn't matter to me what it does. It can go down to 0 as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't like that because I'm holding a lot more Bitcoin long than I am short, but that would change once it got down much lower. And then the big mover Zcash, it was doing good. It is pulling back now, and I would expect that to continue. I honestly don't understand why this indicator keeps reverting back to factory settings. I have literally changed this chart 37 times and hit the save button every single time. But yeah, it got just way overdone on the weekly, and now it's pulling back. So I would assume this pullback is going to continue. I don't know if the halving will happen on Zcash this month or not. I don't know how far away it is from actually getting that halving, but I would say this is probably the extent of the bull run. That's the reason why it got so bullish. But we'll see what it does. It isn't quite off 40% from the highs yet, and that typically, it did get down that low though. So from high to this week's low is 42%. So generally when you pull back 40% on the crypto, in the crypto world, I consider those assets to be done. It doesn't always work out like that, but that's just how I see them. So your bull run is probably done as this thing has pulled back 40% of its total value. And Fartcoin not breaking down here. Something to basically be a little bit concerned with. And then the rest of the markets. VIX is currently up above Tuesday's high. VIX Tuesday's high is 1801. We're currently trading at 1809 on the VIX. So the markets are pulling back a little bit, but the markets needed to pull back a little bit as they were up into the weekly expected range highs. Here's your cash market, S&P 500, top right of your screen. This green line was the expected high for the week, or at least what the options market said was the expected high. And then down here on the futures, well, it's a CFD product, but it tracks the futures. Whatever the futures does, this does. It's pulling back. So you're going to have a gap down this morning on the S&P 500 cash market. 6850 is where it closed yesterday. You're down about 20 points right here, right now. 5 minutes on the bell. So you're going to expect at least a 20-point gap down. 6830-ish. They're not perfect, so it could be a little higher or a little lower. And dollar broke down yesterday, but is chopping pretty much all of today. So that's currently what we've got going on. So USD yen broke out to the upside. That it ended up stopping out my short that I opened up here last week on USD JPY. But the position that I told everybody to short also first and was more adamant about was this one. This one is doing fantastic. So hopefully when I put that video out, you guys shorted that, because it's looking really, really good right now. That is some 168 pips of downside. Not bad. Not bad at all. But anyways, this is a failed breakout of a descending wedge. Typically, these patterns are looked at for bullish breakout potential. It did bullishly break out, and it did throw in some upside continuation. But once it liquidated August's, or tagged, I should say, August's open, that's when the US dollar liquidated August's high. If you remember that video, we took the trade based on what the dollar was doing, not so much what this was doing. We just used the August open to mitigate our risk. but we were liquidating the August high on the DXY. And basically I said if it rejects and starts to head back down into the range, we want to be holding a short because we wanted to mitigate that holding only short on Euro USD. So as you can see, the Euro USD, we were making money on it while it was breaking down. We're short right here on the US on this. So as it broke down, making really good money, but it has bounced all the way back up and almost back into our entry. That essentially got us long here. So we're not losing any money, but we're not making really any money either. I am, because I took profits on the Euro Swissy. I mean, on the Euro dollar. I took profits on my main account as it was pushing down. And I have a full-size position still open on Euro Swiss or dollar Swissy, but I'm going to take profits on that today because it has moved pretty good in my direction. And then I'll just hold them both and see what happens. If we do get a sizable breakdown or a sizable breakout on either or, one of them will be stopped out. The other one will continue to produce gains. And then if it stays going that way for the rest of the year and into next year, then obviously that position will pay out a lot more. So we'll see what that does. But the USD JPY one, once again, was stopped out. But I only had this open with a half of a position size because the yen is just too weak. With the yen weakness, it really doesn't matter because even if you have dollar weakness, if the yen is weaker than the dollar, this product will go up. Even if you have USD and yen weakness, if the yen is weaker, this product will go up. Forex is a little bit confusing to some newer traders, but it's a fantastic way to make long-term gains on the portfolio. All right, back over to Betty Boy or Bitcoin. Here we go. Let's see. Market's getting ready to open in 1 minute. In about 13 seconds. Putting in a little bit of an inside chop down here around the day open. And then we want to put an alert here on ETH. Because we're going to take the long on ETH. I think the reason why you're seeing this aggressive price action here is because of that trend line. That if I was using just a judgment call, I'd say that's probably why. You also have the November VWAP down here, so people could be buying down here, and every time they do, you got other people selling. But there was quite a bit of buying that took place on Bitcoin on Tuesday. And Tuesday was the day that we got the bearish engulfing. Tuesday was the 11th. We had 524 on the Bitcoin ETF inflows. That's a pretty big number, man. 524 million contracts or shares, whatever. That's a lot. Once we get up into the fives, we really start to pay attention on this indicator. And we had a lot of buying happening on Tuesday, but on the spot price, it was a bearish engulfing. So that's probably going to be your long-term holders selling as retail is trying to buy the dip on Bitcoin. But the long-term holders, they've been selling since a long time ago. Right here, they've literally been selling since July the 2nd. So they've basically been selling for a long time. But I figure we're going to see a capitulation move sooner or later. Only time will tell. I'm already in a short on ETH, open 36.40. Took profits 34.20, 36.40. Good short, good short. That's pretty much the top from, well, since we put in last week's low. So you nailed the top of the week almost. Good stuff, man. What's up, Bill? How you doing? We've been consolidating on the 200-day SMA. I'm watching to take profits on these shorts, but if we break down, it's going to be a big pullback on loss of the 200. Daily 200, he says. I haven't looked. Let me pull these up. Yeah. The 200 simple. The 200 EMA is way up here. Actually, it's kind of acting as resistance. You've already got a death cross on the 8-hour. You got a death cross on the 8-hour a long time ago. But right here is where that death cross took place. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look good. We don't have a death cross on the daily yet, but 8-hour is almost a daily. There's 3 8-hour candles inside of a daily range, but it's not looking great. But you got 8-hour support there. I like that candle. We didn't have that yesterday. We did at one point, but it didn't close up like this one did. So you can see why I'm watching the daily open, right? To see if it holds as support. I don't know why I didn't get the alert. Unless I didn't put that on 15 minutes ago. Maybe I put it on a little bit late. I don't need it if I'm going to sit here and watch it. I want to see how price reacts to this level. I mean, go ahead and pull up ETH. First and foremost, there's the first tag of the level. I need to set a take profit on the Bitcoin short. A partial. We would need a pretty sizable drop for me to be able to take 75% of that position and close it and make my $300 daily goal. NQ looking heavy, worse than Bitcoin. Well, the VIX is back up. It's back up. It bounced off the yearly opening range. So we typically don't want to be looking to buy risk when you close down at support. We should have been anticipating a bounce at the very least from here. So you look to buy risk. We were watching yesterday at the previous day high. If we got up there and rejected, we were going to look for longs. Now that today the market's open and we're well above that point, we'll be watching here first. But obviously I'll keep a bullish bias on risk as long as we're not closing dailies back above resistance. And resistance is going to be 1949. But this will be the first level that I'm watching for liquidations. So if we spike up into here today and then start rejecting, then one could arguably take a long scalp on risk, like on ES or on NASDAQ. Because you're gapping down nicely away from that expected range high. You're literally going to be trying to buy something that has a pretty good amount of downside momentum. So it might not be the best trade. But we'll see what it does if the VIX gets up to here, 1880. And the Japanese yen is still down. It's bouncing today, though. It's bouncing today. And ETH is pushing well under, making the level that we wanted to watch as the midpoint. I don't like that typically, even on a 5-minute chart. So this is the take profit that I have situated on Bitcoin. It's right under support. So I may have to close a little bit more than 75% of the position, so that way I can get filled on my $300 take profit. If you're wondering how I can have two shorts open on one asset, it's called cross-separated margin or leverage, and it allows you to take as many trades on the asset as you want. It doesn't lower my cost basis, so I could literally get long right here also if I wanted to. I don't recommend people trade that style because if you're not good at managing risk, you will lose a lot more money because you're literally trying to call too many reversals. But anyways, ETH is currently bouncing. So we want to pull that up and get ready to buy it. So I'm going to look to put a limit long at 34.01, but with a very tight stop. Very tight stop because I do not want to lose a lot of money on this trade if it doesn't work out. But similar to that fart coin trade setup that we took the other day, if we're right here and if it does bounce and it gets up into here, it'll look like we knocked the bottom off of it. So it's a decent area to look to get long. Obviously, we can't predict what price will do. Nobody can. So it doesn't look like the best place to buy, does it? It's actually kind of scary to be a buyer here. But yeah, I think it's what I'm going to do. Of course, you can do whatever you want to do. My only job really is to make sure that I make my portfolio grow. So I do what I think is best for that to happen. I will let you know if I get filled here, but that's a pretty nice bounce. That's the kind of reaction I typically want to see. Now, with that being said, these big bullish bounces when the market is extremely weak, usually they get sold into. But the crypto fear and greed index is down so low. If Bitcoin does want to go lower, it needs to bounce first, in my opinion. All right, it needs to bounce. Like, it's just been going down since it made those highs back in October. It hasn't really been able to do anything since then. It had one real nice bounce, I guess, back up into the October open. But since then, even, you've really not done anything to the upside. You've done a lot 2 weeks ago to the downside in the first 2 days. Last week, Monday and Tuesday, was your entire weekly range expansion. A lot of fear on this day. This price action doesn't look like heavy fear is back in the market, but the indicator is saying there is a ton of fear in the market as we're sitting at a 15 on the fear and greed. 15 on the stock market, you're at 35. Crypto 15. Let's see if that's changed. Nope. Oh, I don't love the long on ETH, but I am going to take it. Oh, here we go. Going back into the level. That's pretty much where my long entry is. I'm looking to buy it on a retest. This was the liquidation. This was the bounce I want to see. On the pullback, I want to see it stop going down at this point. Right here. 34.14. Tight stop. If I'm wrong, I'll lose $30. I just got filled on the long. Setting my stop loss now to be a $30 loss. On 20x leverage, that will not be very far away. It's literally going to be pretty much here in like 2 seconds. I mean, yeah, it is 20x leverage. Okay. It's just the best way that I have found, because you can't predict price. Instead of getting long with a full size position, you take it in pieces. This way your losses are teeny tiny. All right, so there it was, but I'm going to throw out another limit to get long here. Again, I'm going to actually make that a little bit wider. That's too tight. It needs some room to move here, but I don't like this. I don't like this. So it's like not respecting the level. So instantly you got a nice bounce out of there. But like I said, these big bounces when markets are extremely weak like this, these usually get faded. So anybody that didn't get short through here, see this reaction, and then they get mad because they miss it. So when you see a spike, those people that miss dive on to the short. That's usually why you see these big moves get faded very quickly. It's candlesticks are basically, people watch them and then they get emotional, right? And these candlesticks are used to basically churn up emotion. When you see big candles, how do you feel when you're trying to trade? You know what I mean? When you're trying to make so much money, you can quit your job and you've been shorting Ethereum and not making money. Let's say you've been getting stopped out a lot, and now you want to short it because you see that it's getting ready to break down hard. You get emotional, right? You get mad at the asset, mad at the market makers, mad at the whoever. So they trigger emotion, and it generates liquidity. I'm going to hold the long. If we start closing lower 1 minute candles, and I'll bounce again because more than likely it's looking to liquidate the low of day. Risk is melting, but that's what we were looking for it to do. We want to see the VIX get up to 1882 And then we want to see what the S&P does. The S&P is also testing its November VWAP. There's a big unfilled gap on the cash market. I'm sure you see that. This unfilled gap. So people are shorting it today, looking for this gap to get filled. Monday's mid is here. November VWAP here. But on the cash market, the November VWAP is right under. This level, which is daily res. There's your daily res that we were watching. We were not going to be shorting if we gapped up and closed up above this. And that's exactly what it did. So we didn't short it. But now it's rolling over. This is a lower high. And if we fib from the all-time high down to this low, this is right at the 786 retracement. So we'll want to see if we liquidate Monday's high, does the VIX reverse? If so, then the S&P could potentially reverse at something like Monday's midpoint. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. A lot of downside here with momentum. And then here is that I've changed it a million times. I literally don't know what else I have to do. That is a trading view issue, not a me issue. Okay. Save. So we're getting that bullish bounce off of Ethereum. I don't know why. It seems like it would be foolish to buy that area. But nonetheless, it's bouncing. Don't know how far it will bounce. Only time will tell. I'm okay holding longs as long as there are no lower closing 1 minute candles below 34.05. We start getting that, then I'm just going to get out. Because more often you're looking for a fresh day low. And then I probably will be done trying to buy it. I'm definitely not going to force the issue as this, I wanted to close those, as this chart is obviously bearish, right? The order flow is bearish. So London session right through here. This is your London open. A nice bounce through Asia. Then you get into London, they sell it. Yesterday, we saw Asia buy, we saw London buy, and then New York sold. So today, we're seeing Asia buy, London sell. Does New York sell also? If it does, then today's downside range could be very big and to the downside. That's for Ethereum. Yeah, I got that. We've been consolidating on the... Oh, yeah, I read that. I'll trade ETH to the downside just like we traded BTC all the way up in this bull market, basically. Yeah, that's... I don't have any problems with that. I would do the same or something similar. I do. Usually, I'm trading alts to make money on Bitcoin moves because the alts move. Usually, they move in the same direction as Bitcoin, but they move a lot more. So if Bitcoin has a 0.8% up day, Fartcoin, Pingu, and Bonk might have a 10% up day. So it makes plenty of sense to me. Ethereum usually outperforms Bitcoin in both the up and down direction. I could just simply open up this watch list right here. And right now, Bitcoin is currently outperforming ETH. So totally making me look stupid. But I've seen Ethereum outperform Bitcoin a lot. I mean, it's almost going to, right? It's getting to the point now where it's looking like it might get there. Is Bitcoin back above the November VWAP? No, it is not. So I really don't care about these moving averages on an intraday basis. I do give a shit about the November VWAP on an intraday basis. That November VWAP is going to be super important for the rest of the month, depending on where price is trading. If price cannot get above it and give us upside continuation, then there is no reason to be looking for longs at the end of the month or near the end of the month. We're not at the end of the month. We're just about to hit the month mid. So I did not get filled on my Bitcoin take profit order. Okay, I want to show you this. This is what I mean. We can't predict what price will do. I set that take profit so I would make $300, my daily goal of $300, just in case I wanted to get long Ethereum. So I'm not losing money on this Bitcoin trade, even though I am, but that money is just moving from here up to here. So I need to set a take profit on ETH to make that same $300. Now the position sizing is much different. Obviously the Bitcoin position size is almost $1,000, whereas Ethereum has half that. So right now Bitcoin's outperforming to the upside. That kind of stinks. I usually want to have the bigger position on the outperforming asset. But nonetheless, I still need to set take profit. I'll keep the take profit open on Bitcoin just in case this rally gets faded. You're literally trading up into the October open and the November VWAP, two huge levels of confluence. And then the same thing is happening here on Ethereum as far as with the November VWAP. Oh, it's a big spike in a downside market. This will probably get shorted into, as we're still within 30 minutes since the market's open. The first 30 minutes of the New York session is when the market is the most volatile. Just about every day. It's the last session of the day with a huge increase in volume. Or the last open of the day's range. Of course, you got the London close and the Amsterdam close and the Newfoundland close. I only care about the New York Open, and then the Asian Open, then the London Open. New York, repeat. Daily. Those are the three periods where you get the most volatility, the most volume. So let me go ahead and set that take profit order on Ethereum. We're gonna be needing about a 75% ROE or ROI, whatever you want to call it. Return on equity, return on investment, it's the same thing. And that would give me, so if ETH gets up to 4-hour res, so I need to drop this just a scotch under that, because it might reverse before there. And I don't want to be left holding the bag if it almost gets back up to resistance and then rejects. It's still a far piece away from price. And then here, wait, no, that's the wrong Bitcoin position. No, that's the right one. Okay, so this one's going to get stopped out. If they keep grinding higher. A stop is situated. This take profit will come off with that. So we're good there. All right. Now all we got to do is set and wait. We've done all we can do. Let's set and make money. Let's make that money. Okay, so the fart coin long got stopped. I mean, no, I didn't. Yes, I did have a fart coin position open, though it got stopped. It got stopped when this wick. Okay, so if you have a short side bias, this is where I'd be looking to put that short trade on fart coin. Unfortunately, could have missed it. But this is where I would be interested in opening a short position if I felt as if though they were going to continue to the downside, which is 100% possible. We're just bouncing right now on risk. VIX did not liquidate Tuesday's high. It doesn't mean it doesn't need to do a liquidation, but I would assume it would. So might be where you want to open up a fresh short trade if you have a sell side bias. I would just use this to be my stop, just right here. Entry here, stop there, because if you're trading above, you don't want to be holding a short. You might not get filled because I was I didn't catch it in time. My apologies on that. We don't even have a November VWAP open on this bad boy, so let's go ahead and get it. This one I don't like as good because this one's wick that I would want to be watching is way up there. With Fartcoin, that is the high of day. Because this was the high of day. So you just liquidated high of day on Fartcoin. If it is going to continue lower, and I honestly think it could, because we've made multiple fresh weekly lows this week. If you look at the daily, Monday was an upside day. Set the week high. So this was the weekly low. Tuesday, you made a bearish engulfing on Bitcoin, cementing a fresh weekly low. Then this became the weekly low. When this day closed, then we went into Wednesday, traded up first, rejected, went down, made a fresh week low. So your weekly order flow is bearish. So the computer or algo would be shorting if it was a trend following algorithm. It doesn't mean the algo will be right, because algos get stopped out all the time, but this would be that trade. Short there, 2881. Downside target would be 4-hour support or this 4-hour candle's low, because you did not get there. So that would be my downside target. And then you just have to see, is that at more than 2%? It's 4%. Beautiful. That would be the setup. Entry, take profit, done for the day. It's up to you to decide that position sizing. This is what I mean by intraday chaos. There's too much chaos on intraday price action to be able to be right on a directional bias. If you're making fresh weekly lows all week long, then that's the direction you typically want to take the trade. The reason we've been looking for a bounce is because the fear and greed index is so basically oversold. Essentially, that is it. And Bitcoin on the weekly got down to the 40 on the RSI. And that historically has been a good place to look to buy Bitcoin, at least for the last 2 years. You want to buy 40 tests on the weekly RSI. But we got down there last week. We were down there pretty far at one point. And then this week it's like you haven't gone anywhere. You're just an inside week. Since it's an inside week, you know, the trade is still a short, as that's the trend. You typically want to trade the trend. The trend is your friend. But I just don't like these big, gigantic, bullish bounces, even though they've been sold into every time. Eventually, one of these times will be wrong, right? The shorts will lose money eventually. Very vicious sell side coming in on this bounce. That's a pretty aggressive pop, though. Keeping an eye on the 2-year treasuries. I got long the 2-year treasuries. I got long the 2-year bond the other day. Yeah, I might be stopped out. I think my stop is down here at the weekly low. So I was using the 30-year treasuries to put that position on. And I don't know if you were live with me or on Tuesday when I discussed this, but once we liquidated the last week high, that is the short, right? The Fed is in a rate cutting environment, so we have to treat every bounce on the 30-year as a dead cat bounce or as a short covering rally. So once we liquidate objective points on the chart, we want to enter that short with the trend. And then, so basically, when we did that Monday, there's your weekly high, we liquidated that. That's when I put on the short. It's the same trade, I just did it with a different product, which is probably dumb on my part. I should have probably put the trade on the 30-year bond and not the 2-year. But if I get stopped out, it'll be literally 1% of my account. No big deal. And it's a wide stop. So here's the 2-year bond. My stop is down here at the week low. Last week's low. So yeah, that doesn't look great. But as long as we're not trending under 104.02, I'm fine holding long. Just because the Fed is cutting interest rates does not mean that I will be right on my trade. It is just a trade. That is all it is. We never know if we're going to be right when we take them. One trade doesn't make the money, though. It's a series of wins over a large sample set. Get mad at the person who pushed the buy sell button on no one else. I guess that could be very good information. VIX 30-minute candles looks like a lot of force to take it to 21 today, maybe. Ooh, maybe. I don't think so, but I don't know. No, not today. No, you will more than likely. I mean, I. This is what you're talking about. A lot of force to take it up to 21. Up here's 21. It could, but damn. I would not target. If I was long the VIX from down here, I would definitely not be targeting 21. How many days has it been since you were at 21? Just a couple. So fair enough. But you would need a day like this to get back up there. You would need an extremely large move. I think you would have better luck making your profit targets smaller. But it could get up there, of course. Anything is possible. Can I take a look at Dash? Yeah, I wouldn't be interested in buying Dash anymore because of what's currently going on with ZEC. Dash was it was a sympathy play on ZEC. Dash is under where we wanted it to go. It went further than we wanted it to go. So I'm no longer looking at Dash now that ZEC has pulled back and lost 40%. From wick high to this week's low is a 40% loss. So from there to here, it's a 43% loss. For me, that would say this is done. So if this is done going up, which obviously I can't know that, but if it is, then Dash is not going to bounce. Dash was getting a bid from sympathy based on everybody who missed the ZEC long, because it's in the same sector. But with that being said, it is holding daily support right now today. It doesn't look like it's going to hold, but it is holding today. If you never today at no point get above yesterday's high, then I would be more concerned and worried about yesterday's low being the target. So what you need to see is you need to see Dash take this out and push, continue. Don't just go up there, take it out, and reverse. It doesn't look like it's that far away, but it is. So you need to see this get taken out. If it doesn't, then this will be the target. You're right in the middle of that range. I'm assuming whatever Bitcoin does today, this is probably going to do that. If Bitcoin stays losing support levels today, ZEC will ZEC already looks like that break downside continuation trade is about to happen. If you're looking at the 4-hour chart, you're below the 21 exponential. It's starting to hug up against the 50. So that means that the bulls have lost momentum. Each one of these 4-hour candles, except for the one we're on now, has made lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. All these are equal lows. So what you did exactly what I look for. You went up, liquidated the previous 4-hour swing low, and that's as far as you went. Then you rolled over and took out these equal lows down here. Boom. Now I would expect that to continue. This is probably a dead cat bounce, a short covering rally. But if Bitcoin continues to push lower, I would be okay with entering fresh shorts at either one of these two levels, as long as price rejects. And if we go into the 5-minute chart, you can see how that is kind of what is happening here. I was just looking at the 4-hour, and look how the 5-minute chart, there's that move. Here's that liquidation. Then it rolled over. Those equal lows were the target. These are those equal lows. Boom, 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 boom. There goes those lows. This is going to be a short covering rally or a dead cat bounce, but one of these two levels, new short positions will more than likely come to play. If Bitcoin rolls over, this will roll over at one of these two levels and continue lower. That's just my opinion, but that's how I'm reading the chart. Remember, any day these things can switch and start changing things up. What I'm watching on Ethereum right now is the 15-minute chart. I'm not looking at the 5. Okay? So I'm not concerned with my short down here yet. There's an expansion, midpoint close. Got it. Here's a pullback down to close. Did it. Now it's bouncing. So I'm still okay with holding my long on this asset, but of course I am also still holding the Bitcoin short just in case. But this is going to look similar. So this is the trap, right? This candle opens, you put in a lower low, closes higher. Higher high, but lower close. Breakdown below support. Here's support. That's a breakdown. That's a close. This is the trap. So if this candle is going to have upside continuation, then you would definitely want to see prices go no lower than here. And they didn't even get there. So this is a great reaction. So the short's not looking great. I do want to mark the day open still, though. It's a little bit harder to see on the 5-minute because, you know, this would look scary, or it looks worse on Ethereum. Look at the 5-minute. You see this nice bounce and then this aggressive run back lower, and you're getting scared. You're like, oh no, oh no, oh no. It's not going to work. It still might not. This is that intraday chaos. Random market violence is the term we coined about 4 years ago. Random market violence. This is random market violence. But as long as levels are being respected, they are, I'm okay. But we'll see what it does later on. S&P 500 has completely retraced that 30-minute drop on the futures. Here's the S&P 500. So there's your 30-minute drop. There's your close. Next 30-minute candle opens, and you're all the way back up to the open of that drop. VIX went right up to the level that we said if it rejects, we could be a long buyer on risk. Looking okay. Doesn't mean it will continue to do that, but for now, it's looking okay. Just imagine how many people shorted today at the open expecting a gap fill. Well, that's liquidity. That's liquidity, my friend. All those people are going to start eating stops pretty soon. Gaps don't have to fill. They often do, but they don't have to. This is a pretty aggressive bounce from those lows. And the trend on the VIX right now is low. It's a downside move, not an upside. What I mean by that is this is your measured move. This is your consolidation right here. So we've basically had a long bias on risk markets ever since this double top got liquidated. You might not have been here for that analysis, but when we liquidated this double top and rejected, we were looking for this measured move to potentially continue. And then you would have something that looks like this. Now, we don't expect that to play out on the VIX, because I don't think the VIX has been down to $13 all year. But we'll see. If it gets back up into this stuff up in here, then obviously I'm wrong. We were expecting a bounce here. This is the yearly opening range. Whenever you are retesting the level from above, you look for a bounce back to the upside. It's complete normal. It's normalcy. If it fails to go higher than this, then we probably know it's going to break down at some point. But that's for the bullish case. The bearish case is, 21. It would be a gigantic move, but if you get a 21 on the VIX, your S&P is going to be way down in here today. But the way Bitcoin and Ethereum look, it looks like you could absolutely get a 21 on the VIX. And the yen is up today. It's just barely up. It's up into yesterday's midpoint. That's currently where it's finding a little bit of resistance, but it's still up, right? It's still up. You're not seeing downside continuation today on the yen. So that's concerning. I like the yen to be going lower and the VIX to be going lower on the same day. Those are nice bullish days. Sometimes. ETH is something I monitor for a while. Can we take a look at weekly, monthly, and try to analyze just for fun? It's like, yeah. I mean, we don't try to analyze it. We do analyze it. I know it's pretty nasty here, but those are your monthly and weekly levels. It's breaking down. This week it's doing nothing. It's trading under the open, so this week has bearish pressure, right? But the weekly chart is trending lower. Has been since you set the all-time highs. Those are all-time highs on ETH. So ETH did the same thing Bitcoin did, but this happened in August. And it's been rolling over ever since. Like your bullish weeks couldn't get upside continuation. You got brief upside continuation this week and then it failed. Same, there's your bullish week. Brief upside continuation, then it failed. And then failure, and you're getting downside continuation this week. But since this big blow off happened, it's an inside week. And then the month, you were trading in August's range. So August's low. Yearly open. That's the reason I don't have the August low marked on Ethereum. Because the yearly open takes precedent over an August low. But that's what you're bouncing off of, the yearly open. It got well under the yearly open on that blow-off move. And it's trying to break down. This would be the bear flag. So you are under the bear flag. So this is probably why you're seeing so much crazy randomness here. because of this trend line and yearly open. These levels are making people do things. Eventually, the trend will cut loose, whether it's to the downside or an upside break. Eventually, the trend will cut loose. Right now, you trended last week. This week is an inside week. We're at Thursday, so going into next week is going to be scary for a downside break continuation. Because if you look at weekly candles as like 3-bar patterns, you had a big downside week, right? With a big wick. So this week would be a pullback or continuation. Well, right now, what we currently have is a candle that looks like this. On the weekly. So depending on where this thing closes, it's going to be an inside week. Next week, this is where I'd be looking for shorts. So when you open next week, if you trade up, this would be the best place to watch for shorts. Right here. And then what we would want to see would be a candle like this by the end of the week. But this is the pattern that could happen next week on ETH. The fact that this is an inside week is scary, because next week could be a continuation trade. That's your analysis for Ethereum. The longer it stays sideways down here, the worse off it's going to look. But if it holds the year open, I would be more bullish if we get another rate cut. We were supposed to get CPI today, but we didn't get it. Yeah, we didn't get it. We were supposed to get CPI today. It was scheduled for today, and we didn't get it because of the government shutdown. So we got a lot of data that hasn't been reported that needs to be reported. So the government shutdown is really taking a toll. Are we going to get those data reports all at once? We're going to get 2 non-farm payroll prints and then a CPI print? Or is it 2 CPI prints now? Right? We're like 40 something days into this government shutdown. So was this the second CPI print? Are we expecting 2 NFPs and 2 CPI prints to come all in one day? Who knows? It doesn't really matter to me what happens on that day. What matters to me is what are the reports. I want to know what's in the data. But it doesn't look great. Doesn't look great. Starting to look pretty rough. Yeah, I don't like it when we're under that. I won't like it if we get under this. It's not going to be good. Needed to bounce here again, but it's starting to look worse and worse. Those bulls just don't have it in them. This is what we're seeing. The government shutdowns, keeping people in fear. And the 4-year cycle model is obviously a big thing. I've seen a lot of people talk about it. We've been talking about it since forever ago. Back in 2020, we were discussing the 4-year cycle models. The one thing that we got differently this year, though, are ETFs. So I didn't know how that was going to affect the 4-year cycle model. And the macro supports a bullish narrative, not a bearish narrative. But for whatever reason, your long-term hodlers have been selling since July. That's not a good sign. Why are they selling? 4-year cycle model? Maybe. Buying bounces is very dangerous right now when everything is weak the way that it is. One minute, 32 seconds left on this candle, which means we're getting really close to that area where I did not want to see. No, 1 minute closes under 15 seconds. Looks like you're going to get that 1 minute close under. Is this going to hold? No. There's your close under. Looks like it wants to make a fresh day low, which would fit with the trend of the day. London sold. This would have been fresh day low. Then it got liquidated there. Another fresh day low here. So 4, 5, 6 fresh day lows. Bitcoin still holding. Yes, Bitcoin looks better than ETH does here, but maybe ETH is leading to the downside, or maybe ETH breaks back to the upside. What's gold doing today? Nothing. Down a little bit. Dollar is sideways today. Risk market's back now down near daily low. Not quite down there. Day lows are at 67.99. You're at 68.13. So 15 points away from making a fresh day low. The trend is your friend unless you are you have no friends. Inside candles lead to expansion usually. Not always, but they do sometimes. Yeah. That's what we look for. When we have inside candles, we look for expansions after. I mean, today you're still inside. You're inside yesterday's range. So today's downside target could be yesterday's low. Not the day open like we were watching. But obviously I don't want to buy down here. I would rather buy down there if it's going to go down there, as that's the week low. These are just day lows. But looking at the liquidation indicator, you have a lot of liquidations to happen down here on Bitcoin. Lots and lots. I don't take trades based on that chart. I don't think other people should either. I think you're going to be better off just taking trades with the trend. The trend for this week has been fresh week lows on a daily basis. That's the way we like the trade to continue. But today is an inside day. So you're not getting trend continuation yet today. So on these days, it can be very choppy and very annoying trading. Because you're wanting, like all the shorts today on Bitcoin are wanting so much for this thing to break down. And then you got people buying. They are so much wanting this thing to break out above yesterday's high. So it just becomes an annoying day for everybody. But tomorrow will be a better day. If today closes like this. If today closes as an inside day, then that means tomorrow you will have a potential to look for trend continuation, as what Wes is saying. Inside candles sometimes give you trend continuation candles. So if Bitcoin closes like at 102.8 or 102.9 today, then when you open the new day candle at 7 p.m. tonight, you might see Asian buy, Asian session run up above the day high. That's where you'd be looking for the short. If it rejects there, then you could target yesterday's low. Boom. That's typically what we're looking for on inside ranges. But it sucks when you take the trade on the inside day. Because you don't get what you want. But Ethereum is getting ready to take out yesterday's low. So Ethereum might not end up being an inside day today. I got stopped out of ETH again. So I'm done trying to buy that. And because Bitcoin isn't down as much as ETH is, it's still nowhere near my take profit target. That's kind of how this whole week has been. Hit and miss is on the daily entries. The account's up. You know what I mean? It's doing great. But the trade entries have been hit and miss. The only reason the account is up is because of taking the opposite trade on the other assets. It's going to be a garbage day if you can't take out yesterday's low with a break. Continuation. What is Pingu doing right this second? Fartcoin. Still holding. So it did give you another short setup. We looked at it here. So it did go back up, make a fresh day high, rolled over again. But still not giving you downside break or a downside expansion. Pingu just retested 4-hour res and rolled over. And that just happened as well. So basically they're all doing kind of the same thing. And Bonk hasn't quite rolled over yet. So Bonk is looking more like Bitcoin. Pingu is looking more like ETH. This is pretty close to the same size bullish candle as this one. And then see what happened directly after you got upside continuation. Put in this big bullish candle, and what happened directly after is it got completely retraced. Just completely different. Absolutely remarkable how different but similar these candles are. Put in a downside break and close, and then you put in that bullish engulfing. This isn't a bullish engulfing. It didn't take out the low, but it done well above the high and closed above the high, which was also good. But it's the what happens after that matters. Yucky. You don't really have, yeah, I guess this upside continuation, and then you pulled back, but you just traded sideways. This happened at midnight. Big explosive move to the upside, close, and no continuation. Straight down, retest. So I could, let me see here. What do I want to do? I've lost $60 on ETH, so clearly me taking a $300 profit target on Bitcoin is going to be shy of $300 on the day because of those two losses I ate on ETH. But the sellers are trying to win the battle here, and the concerning thing for me still is I don't have that, because ETH stopped me out, I don't have that long to protect me, which is going to suck if ETH does in fact bounce. What can you do, man? You know what I mean? What can you do? Just got to manage the risk. That's all you can do. Can't predict price, but people still try. White House press secretary yesterday said we will never see NFP and CPI from the shutdown, and the Fed isn't going to get it. Okay, fine, whatever. And then government opened at 10:35 last night. Oh, it did? Well, that didn't really help the markets, or at least the crypto markets. Cap locks. Yep. There it is. All right. So regardless that you have a government, or who knows what these things are going to do. Bonkers, garbage price action. S&P made a fresh day low. VIX back up to yesterday's high. My VIX data is lagged. Let me pull up the VIX futures. That's /VXX for anybody that was wanting to know. So you have already more than taken out Tuesday's high on VIX futures. November 11. Oh, that's November 10. Well, you're nowhere near that. So VX futures look nothing like the VIX. Absolutely nothing alike. There's your VIX. So this is that candle that I'm watching right here. That's Monday the 10th. Here's your VX futures. Oh, wait. Here. This is that 10th candle. So you're nowhere near its high. But well above Tuesday's high. We're well above Tuesday's high on the VIX as well. The VX futures are real-time data. And dollar, oh, that's not the dollar, that's Fartcoin. I'm looking at the bottom right-hand chart, and the whole time today I'm thinking that's the DXY, and it isn't. DXY is down huge today. Okay, what are you doing, Fartcoin? Funnily enough, Fartcoin is still up by almost 8%. Time is it? 10:43. We're an hour past the New York session. The bounces usually happen about midday, if they're going to happen. We're testing Monday's midpoint on the futures. We're well under Monday's midpoint on the S&P or the SPX, the cash market. Fartcoin is so extended from its weekly 21. Oh my gosh, Fartcoin, you are garbage. You've been chopping for days. Well, 2 days. Woo, ugly chart. So Bitcoin finally just took out the low of that 15-minute spike. Low of day on Bitcoin is all the way down here. What does that look like on the 4-hour? Here. My take profit is right at this blue line. Come on, let's go. Push, push, push. I need it down here to fill my take profit. ETH low day. Yesterday low is here. If you haven't taken it, you could watch this, but I'm not going to mess with it. I already ate 2 losses on ETH trying to mess with it today, so I'm not going to take another chance on it. That's going to cut into the daily gains. It's already cut twice into daily gains. Okay, so we're just now getting that VIX liquidation. This is delayed data, though. It's what I'm so worried about. This is where I'm interested. And then here goes that low of day right here on ETH. Yesterday's low. Okay, so here we are. There is that liquidation. Gap fill is here. See how you didn't fill that gap? So don't just go balls deep in an S&P long right yet. Let the gap fill first. That's your gap. 1906 gap fill. Pull up MES. So dollar's down big today. Why is gold down today? If the dollar is down, the GLD should be up. So here's yesterday's close. So you're under yesterday's close. That's so weird. Come on, get up there. It could already be up there. That's the problem. We don't have... Sorry. Getting ready to liquidate low yesterday's low on ETH. Right here it goes. I got filled on, not yet, almost got filled on take profit on Bitcoin. This was just the daily scalp. My short is up here. This is my hedge. So this is just me scalping around a position. But it's coming into support, and that's why I'm nervous. Because it could bounce there. Like it's... come on, push. Just blast through it. I don't care if you close above it. Just push through. ETH did liquidate yesterday's low. So right now, ETH is an outside candle, or it's a trending candle. It's not an outside candle. It's a trending candle. You didn't take out yesterday's high yet. So this is early session. ETH is like really perfectly positioned here to be a bullish engulfing candle. But it would need to bounce, and it would need to bounce big. So right now, ETH looks really bad. This is a trending candle because that is a downside break. But imagine if it were to bounce here today and then close up in here by the end of the day. It would completely shift everybody's bias. Or at the bare minimum, it would stop out all the shorts. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. I'm going to have to adjust that stop loss. I mean that take profit. I have to take a bigger position because I don't even want to chance it. So I needed to get okay, if I would have had that situated like that earlier, then it would have got filled. That stinks. So basically, I just made to close this position by 80% instead of 75 to get the $300 target. Oh my God, it got to 253. got to within $1. Push. Like talking to a woman in labor. Push. Go. You can do it. You got to 253. See, I'm watching this right here. That number got to 253. There's 259. I seen it. I need 252 or 251. There. Boom. Got it. Got it. There's a $300 daily gain. We lost 60 on ETH. So we made 240 today. Not great, but not terrible. What, dude? I'm so getting annoyed with this. Alright, so no matter what happens now, day done. The Pingu trade is still open, but it's a half a position. I wish the fart coin trade wouldn't have gotten stopped. To be honest with you, I wish I would have seen the fart coin before. Because I'm like a fart coin hater. I always want to short fart coin. And I would have definitely been like, we're also going to short fart coin at 28.86. But unfortunately, when I seen it, we were already on this candle. But it did go back up there. There's that. And of course, just the hedge position, which it needs to be bigger than that, is open. Is there anything up bigger now? Up bigger on the day than it was earlier? No. Still sitting at just about 36% on JCT. JCT. Nothing else. Resolve is... Look at that. Boom, boom. Retest there. Nothing through here. Couple shorts there. Short there, short there. Look at that short. That short's so sexy. Damn, dude. That would have been an 87% trade if you nailed the low. We did nail the low on Pingu. We were short from up here on Pingu. We did catch that. That's like nothing. Look at this funding rate, yo. We got 3 minutes. Oh, you can't see the funding rate. Why can't you see the funding rate? There we go. Where did the funding rate go? There it is. Look at this. Oh my shit. 2 is the top, right? That's as far as it goes. 2%. This is supporting the bid. We're going to have 3 minutes on this. I don't like that color. We're going to have 3 minutes to wait, and there we... Let's see what this does, dude. If this goes to 59 right here, then it'll be every hour it's paying this. I will buy it. I don't want to buy it here, but I will definitely buy it back there if it comes back there. 100%. If this is every hour. If it's every 4 or every 8 hours, then it's not going to be as attractive. But if it's every hour, this is millions too. Millions have traded. We got 2 minutes left on the fund. We're going to see if it's every hour. If it is, we're going to buy this thing at 1304. If it pulls back. It just took out that low. That's good. Oh, I love that funding. Oh, I so hope it's every hour. That's big money. That's big money. I'll take this on a big trade. While we're waiting for the minute, let me see. Good morning, says Tom. What's up, Tom? How you been, my friend? It is looking like sell the rally. What is? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about resolve? Not if that funding rate's every hour. I would definitely not be selling that. You're going to lose so much in fees and you won't even realize it. You'll be looking and then all of a sudden you'll be like, why am I down $173 on this trade that I took 4 hours ago? Oh, the funding rate. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But that's if you're short. If you're long, you will get credited that money. 30 seconds. $30. 10 seconds. It's every 4 hours. Son of a bitch. Damn it. That would be so awesome if it was every hour. Oh well. Because those opportunities only show up rarely. And it's like free money almost. It's still probably good enough because of how big it is. But this is that low we're going to buy it at. If it stops going lower. So I need to mark this on the list. Watch list. What's this thing called? Resolve USDT. Let me pull this up. There's a premium index for Binance. Bybit. Same price. Is it 13,513? I got 13,443. So no, it's not the same price, but it's close. Yeah, it's every 4 hours. It's a big funding. It'd be so much better if it was every hour. I don't know what this is. Is there news on it? No, July 24th is the last time there's been any news on this. So there's no news catalyst causing it to be bullish today. It could just be... I mean, it's not just today. It's been bullish, obviously. This thing has been bullish since the beginning of the month. There's your monthly open right there. And it's up. It's not up that much. What's that, like 50%? No, it's 100%. It is up a lot. It's up a couple 100% almost. It's not that much today. 18%. But with that funding rate, that could be a bid support. But do people want to buy it this late in the game after it's already ran up like this? Probably not. I don't like that POC. Damn, dude. I don't like that point of control. And we did fill the gap on this, by the way. So if that's all it was trying to do, this will bounce today at some point. Previous week's mid is all the way down here, so you could, in theory, wait to see if you get there before you try to buy it. That would be a pretty stretched out day. It's not quite 2 standard deviations, though. Which one is it? Not that one. Delete you. Don't want you. This one. It's $71 here. God, this chart's disgusting. $71 from yesterday's close. It's literally 1 standard deviation right now from yesterday's close. Yeah, it's not that stretched out. It's not stretched out enough to try to freaking come in here and scoop this up. It's going to be a dangerous trade. Just based on that gap fill on the VIX. But 2 standard deviations would be where there's 142. So right here would be 2 standard deviations. So real close to Thursday's low. I'm doing this more or less for me. All right. I mean, that's still a huge ass move. That would be definitely viable. Just for the bounce, not for much else. You're back above that. But you have filled that gap. Though it might take an hour, it might take all day, but well, let me just say it like this. I will be looking at the VIX to see where it is as the day goes on. The closer and closer we get to the close of the day, if it's trading back under this gap, I'll probably scoop up some S&P. It's a little bit too difficult to buy it when it's pushing above the gap fill. Because, I mean, the next if you think about it, the next liquidation is up to 2270. So there really isn't anything to go up here to liquidate as far as liquidations are concerned. Look at ETH down here trying to be sneaky and not go lower after it liquidated yesterday's low. It's a 15-minute chart. I'd say it's probably done for the day as far as going down. But it could do what it did yesterday. Yesterday when I said it was probably done for the day, it was literally right in here. It didn't really do anything for the rest of the day. It just traded sideways all day. So I would expect something similar on ETH for the rest of the day. Right, maybe it goes down and right, something like that. Because they hit it. This was the short opportunity. But it wouldn't have been an easy short to take. It was very easy to take on Fartcoin. Fartcoin was golden, beautiful, simple. I don't know if I'm going to participate in this, even though it's got a very sexy funding rate that could be bullish or at least supporting the bid. I don't like where that point of control is. If that point of control was down here or lower, I would be more prone to look for the long at this low. But since it's up here, I don't love it. But I mean, it's struggling. It's just not a great place to buy it. I can't. There's no level for me to look at and be like, yeah, I definitely want to buy this, and I definitely want to buy it right here. So typically when I get into a scenario like that, okay, yeah, I do want, I might buy it right here. But that's it. It can't go no lower than that. And I don't want to buy it up in here because I know it could come down here. I don't have an objective level to mitigate my risk from while price is trading above all this stuff. And if I were to buy it, say just right here for a random reason, it's a 7-8% move down to the low. So I wouldn't be able to sit in an 8% move against me, not with 20x leverage. So that's what we got. I'm going to put an alert on it though. This is a rant. Just get rid of this. I don't want to confuse anybody. That's just yesterday's high. I'm not going to buy yesterday's high. If I'm going to buy it, I need it down here. I could have bought it here if I would have been watching it, because this wick just basically came down to the inefficiency, which was the previous 4-hour swing high. So literally you just wicked out any inefficiency in there. Unless, of course, it wants to continue to roll over. Unless the sellers have hammered it. And the looks of this, not great. And the biggest volume of the day, I mean, you got 3 big nodes right here that, like, that's where the majority of the sell side is. It looks like it's all buying, because there's very little red. Here, let's pull up cumulative volume delta. Ooh, no. No, no. No. Nope. No. Again. So across all time frames, cumulative volume delta says don't buy it. It doesn't mean it's going to roll over. So please don't short this thing thinking it's going to roll over. It doesn't have to work out that way. At any time, you could get bullish volumes and it would rally. I'm just saying I don't like the looks of it. It doesn't look like price is doing something else. A lot different than what Delta says it should be doing. For that reason, I don't like it. I'm probably going to have to bounce out of that GLD short as the dollar is getting beat up today. You're not seeing that take place really. I guess you kind of are. You're getting a downside break, downside continuation here, but it did that here and it got bought up. Could this just be a trap? Maybe, but it's a couple days. I guess really it's just one day of a trap. Basically, if we take out yesterday's low on this, then it will, and you get a push lower, then this will look like a trap. So dollar weakness and yen strength. But I don't get my hopes built up for yen strength ever, because yen just, I mean, look at the yen. The yen chart is this chart inverted. Here's your yen chart. That's the yen chart. There's your yearly open. Oh, it's been melting since April. I mean, not really something I want to get excited about buying. And it's a fresh breakdown. Yesterday's a fresh breakdown. So if it doesn't take out yesterday's high and get upside continuation, then it's not going to be a trap. It's going to look more like continuation lower. But if we could get yen strength mixed in with dollar weakness, this would be a beautiful chart to sell. It's just not there yet. But this thing right here is looking freaking good, boy. Yeah! We're short from 81, 231. We're short from here. It's absolutely beautiful. Looking great. Oh, the fart coin trade though, man, it was a pretty one and I missed it. It's fart coin's not really giving the sellers what they want to see either, guys. It's not giving the buyers what they want to see, but it's been doing this for 2 days. This is when it's fun to be short fart coin. When it ultimately and finally breaks down. And we shorted it there yesterday. Yesterday, this is where we took the short. It didn't look like, though, when we were holding this short, that it was going to break down. It took a long time to break down. But it ultimately did break down for us. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm looking at this line. It's this one. Yeah, it spent a lot of time. It spent like almost an hour and a half of going sideways. But once it finally broke down, it did something for us. Compared to what it's done today, It's done really nothing, but it's probably going to. I wish we would have caught that together. That would have been beautiful. It would have been a thing of beauty. Thank you for telling me that. I did not know that the government opened last night. TP low day on Bitcoin. Good job. West Asia low. NYPM low. 2 close. I like that target on Bitcoin. I liked it too. The Bitcoin rally. VIX just closed its gap for what it's worth. Yeah, thank you. I saw that. It did. It's not rejecting yet though, so that's concerning. I typically want to see an instant reaction. I don't always get what I want. Trust me. But if I do get an instant reaction, I feel really good about the trade usually. But it's not giving us that. Would be much nicer if it did. Bonk is actually breaking down right now. So support on Bonk is here, but that's just because Bonk is so glitchy and spotty. And it's like this across every exchange. The best one to look at it to get rid of that would be this spot crypto trading view chart. But the problem with looking at Bonk on this is you cannot use volume. But it does close that. It does close up that spotty, glitchy price action. But like I said, you can't look at volume. And I typically, if I'm going to look at volume, it's going to be through the volume delta, the cumulative volume delta. See how it's glitchy and spotty, and it's like you got all these gaps in price. These are 5-minute candles. You shouldn't have a gap from here to here on a 5-minute chart. What you do, there it goes. Fartcoin's probably about to follow suit. ETH is literally making fresh lows still, so it doesn't look like it's going to put in a bullish engulfing, but the VIX is still up there working on that gap. The only way I would even think about participating in this is if I didn't participate in this part of this. But other than that, I mean, you got a full-on measured move here. I mean, this needs to go up a little bit, but you've got it, right? You've gotten the measured move. We break down and then measured move. So basically, the Bears won again. They keep winning. The Bulls were trying to hold that. It's not a, it looks like a bear flag, and this is a bear flag break. It doesn't look great. Yearly open is the next big level of support. And then we want to check on how much is it down on. Yeah, I mean, this thing is already in bear market territory. You're down 32%. You don't like that. Ooh, just shy of a 40 to last week's low. We need those long-term buyers to jump back in, but a lot of people got liquidated on this day right here. I think that's really what hurt Bitcoin's rally this year. If it was going to rally after breaking highs, that China news destroyed it. And it's not so much that it was like a big down day. It's just, it literally liquidated $10 billion worth of Bitcoin longs. So just take $10 billion of liquidity and pull that out of the market, and that's why we are where we are. So you would need that $10 billion to come back into the market to get it back up into there. And I'm just not sure we're going to see that by the end of the year. Now with the 4-year cycle model looming and seeing how every swing high since the breakdown happened, you've got a lot of people calling the Bitcoin top, saying the top is in, but those people just, they don't understand how markets work. Like, this may not, it might be a near-term top, like a local top. Yeah. It could be the top for a year and a half. But as long as quantum computing doesn't come out, I don't think that will be the ultimate top, the last high ever on Bitcoin. No. But the near term, for sure. You haven't been back there since you put it in. That's like a duh statement. Like, no kidding. The top is in. It's been in for days, weeks, months. 1, 2, 3, 4 months trading at 120. It's been up there doing that for months, but this is the breakdown. I saw a Trump or a post that said the Trump son said Bitcoin's about to go crazy. I don't buy into that stuff, but I don't know if y'all saw that. I won't ever be able to find it. That was like 130 tweets ago. I guess you got your people out there that are always bullish on Bitcoin no matter what Bitcoin does. Like this. Like, is this really good news? Is it? I mean, is it really that good of news? I don't think that's great news. We're at pretty close to 100K. This is a fresh breakdown on a monthly basis, and it's putting in downside continuation today. You're in bear market territory right here. I don't love that. So I'm glad I'm holding a short. I hope some of you are also short from much higher. I'm not, my short position is not big enough. So I will continue to scalp it. And I will be looking to sell swing highs until we get that big ass bullish day that smokes all shorts. And the next place, like, I'm not interested in even buying Bitcoin again until 98. Because that is last week's low. So that's what we're looking for. 188 days above 100K. I look at that as in no one wants Bitcoin at 100K. That's the way I'm kind of looking at it too. We spent a lot of time up there at 122 and could not get upside continuation. During a rate cutting, like during what should be bullish. But you got the people pushing the bearish narrative, and they are winning. Regardless of what I want Bitcoin to do, it's going down. So you need to prepare for a big ass breakdown and hope it doesn't come, but at least prepare for it. Because if Bitcoin dumps 50%, it's going to be bad. I mean 50% from where it is. Not 50% from the high. I don't see that happening, but I am prepared for it. Not as prepared as I would want to be. But I mean, I'm not missing anything. We're literally smoking these things, man, on a daily basis. We make $240, $300 every single day. Lose 20 or 30 of it here and there, you're going to do just fine. Because you can scale that up. What we do here is scalable. I could be taking positions with, I could, instead of taking $1,000 position on Bitcoin, I could take a $10,000 position on Bitcoin. It's scalable. I don't know that I would open a $10,000 position on Fartcoin, but the liquidity is there. You could. Fartcoin trades millions of tokens per day. $7.5 million on the volume today on Fartcoin. $10,000 position though would be a lot of tokens. Yeah, I don't think I would do it. But there is liquidity in it. You could take that kind of a position on Bitcoin or Ethereum, no problem. And as much as it feels good to be making money every day on shorts, it's not going anywhere. The weekly open is right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 days. You put in the weekly low 2 days ago, and you're just barely under that. So, but the day ain't over. This thing could close down in here today. It's not over. It just hasn't gone anywhere yet. No real good expansion to the downside. So even though the sellers are winning each and every day this week, they haven't done this. That's good news, I guess. If we get like 5 of these candles in a row, that will decimate people's portfolios. And it could happen. That's what I don't want to be like, just sitting by waiting and then get 5 or 6 of them. That'll put you down real far. I'm not anticipating that. But we're trading under August's low here, or right at it. So it is breaking down. You did spend 3 months in August's range. This 4th month here is the breakout. Breakdown, and you're currently under it. So you're testing it right now, but you've been testing it kind of for days. And you've only got one really good bounce out of there. I want to see it, leave it in the dust. Turn around, look, just start heading up, and don't stop for at least 4 days in a row. That may happen down in here. Who knows? Time will tell. Take the July high on the weekly chart. Would you see there was a lot of interest and profit taking? Of course, the July high on the weekly chart is the all-time high. Almost. Yeah, nobody wants to own Bitcoin above that. There's no demand for Bitcoin up at 123. If there was, it would have went higher. Yes, I 100% agree with that sentiment. Farcoin's still refusing to break down here. If the sellers are like trying to hammer this lower and it doesn't want to go, that's saying a little bit. I would look at Farcoin as being the riskiest of all risk assets. These lows are very insignificant. Very insignificant. Is that's Sunday, Saturday and Sundays. So Bitcoin's already done that, right? We did that yesterday. Yesterday we took out Saturday and Sunday's lows, but couldn't close under. Today we're back down in that region, but struggling to push lower. All right. Is there any other questions? Any other assets? Any stocks? Or anything that you guys are looking at? Yields are up pretty good today, but still okay on the weekly range. Like how I would see today on yields is just a pullback. This is the weekly range here, from high to low. Once you get above this swing high, then it's going to start looking like something else. But as long as it stays under 4.69%, I think it's still okay. Could be a shorting op even. What we got going on the 2-year could just, I mean, you just liquidated Monday's high. So it doesn't look good. But last week's high on the 2-year is all the way up here. So the seller's just not got much juice here. I would rather see them pushing us down, obviously, as that would go a long way into helping. It would help risk. I think Bitcoin's doing its own thing. We were watching to see what Bitcoin did with the dollar, but with dollar weakness here all week, Bitcoin has been weak. The dollar was strong all through here and Bitcoin was weak. So we were going to say, okay, whatever the dollar does, then we want to probably look to do the opposite on Bitcoin. That's really the reason why we were kind of looking for longs at the lows this week, because the dollar has been pushing lower all week, but there's just no strength. You just don't see those buyers rushing in to pick Bitcoin up down here. So maybe they're waiting. Maybe the buyers are just waiting for a bigger move lower. Like a blow off to the downside, a capitulation style move. That would be painful. Who knows? It doesn't really matter. So S&P is struggling to get picked up off the lows here. This is the third 30-minute candle in a row where this thing is just dancing at the lows. So I would be concerned with picking it up now. So we put this low in at 10:30. We're going in, it's 11:37 now. So for an hour and a half, we've been just basically going nowhere. I guess you could say the same thing on this, but not really. I mean, kind of the same thing. Yeah, people are trying to buy those lows and they're not getting that push they want to see. Meanwhile, dollar is trending on lows. Looking good, looking good. So Euro's probably getting pretty close to stopping out my short. It is. My short is right here at daily res. That's what prompted the sell entry. This is dollar weakness, which is what the macro kind of supports. Well, this is going to get smoked. But that's okay, because we're in the Swissy. And the Swissy's been stronger. Like, the Swissy is down more than the Euro is up. So, we're in a very good spot here on this. Very good spot. I didn't anticipate this big of a down day here. What's currency futures look like? I'm sure Swissy's leading the day. It is. And the dollar's down significantly. It's almost down 0.5%. People were trying to buy that 21 retest. Like they did here and like they did here. This is what they were anticipating here. So this isn't great. I mean, this is probably going to be done for the day as far as going down. Probably going to be choppy. Maybe, it may not. It may push a little bit deeper. 98, 97, maybe 98, 95-ish. But tomorrow will be important for the dollar. Dude, the dollar has been in this range for so long. You gotta know people are getting sick of this. You're coming to a big level. On the dollar. Oh, wait. It's way down there. This could still just be a pullback. As low as here. But I wouldn't have tried to, I would have just been watching it. Because I didn't like yesterday. Like, this reaction was nice, but yesterday it had the bid and couldn't support it. It would have been real cautious to buy that today. Yeah, a lot of momentum. This is what I mean by I don't usually like to buy into that much bearish momentum. But when I do, try to pick a bottom with a lot of momentum like that, I want to see an aggressive bullish response. You didn't get an aggressive bullish response. You could barely spend any time trading above that hourly high before you lost it, retested it, and it held, and now here you are. So this price action right here would have had me bailing, because right here is where the 21 exponential is on the daily chart. See, you closed just right above it yesterday. So coming into the day when price was down here, you would have, that's right at the 21. So if I would have been buying based on a rejection into the 21, probably would not have been using the hourly. I might have had to use the hourly because there's no 4-hour. So like if I was watching this hourly and then say I bought it, this reaction right here would have had me getting out. And if I stayed in it, this reaction definitely would have had me bailing on that long. And that's probably what's going on here. Like anybody that did try to get long, they seen this and they were like, nah, done. This is your London session. You're pushing in. It's your 3 a.m. candle. But to be fair, at 2 a.m., London probably sold. There just wasn't enough oomph. So all these people that did buy are now selling. Very, very good for me because I'm short the USD Swissy, but I bet that trade is paying more. I don't know. We can, well, even going by pips, it wouldn't matter. I would just have to look and see what it's at. What I'm, because I don't know. Let's just see how many pips that is to the low. It's 182 pips. And 187 pips. So it's about the same as far as pips go. But I don't know what a pip pays on each asset. I would need to know what 1 pip pays on Euro and what 1 pip pays on Swissy. And then leverage is probably going to be different. I know with some Swiss pairs in the US, you won't get the full 50x leverage. Like you can get 50x leverage on Euro, and I don't think you can get it on Swissy. I don't know. I'll have to just look and see. All right, let me see what questions rolled in because a couple of new ones did. Irene and Palantir Mog looks ready to run 35 million 24-hour volumes. It's up 174%. I can't trade that, obviously, because it's not on. This has no liquidity on Bitstamp. So what are you looking at that on? Okay, so I just can't trade futures. Let me pull it up and see. Yeah, I can't trade MOG futures. So spot price is up. What is this? Wait. I'm looking at the wrong thing, obviously. This. Just go by yesterday's open. This thing's only, I'm doing something wrong. MOG USD is only up 15%. So I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I'm obviously looking at something wrong. I'm doing something wrong. But I can't trade this on futures. Coin. So coin is breaking down today. You're under daily support. It looks just like Bitcoin. Yeah, you're breaking down out of a multi-month range, but with this one, the range isn't as easily. This one is, it just looks a little bit different, right? Bitcoin has a perfect 4-month range, and this month we're breaking down. Coinbase, a little bit different. It is a range, but the range isn't so perfect. Okay, you're in a 2-quarter range. You're trying to break down outside of Q3's low right now. So that's the range lows for the quarter. You're pushing on that. We pushed into it here and bounced, and the bounce was insignificant. I mean, it was a $30 bounce, but looking at the chart, like the last time you were down here, you bounced high, put in a higher low and bounced a lot bigger, right? Now you put in a lower high and then you got there again and bounced, and 3 days later you're back there again. So, but it's going to do whatever Bitcoin does, kind of like MSTR. I don't know if any of you looked at MSTR lately, but it looks way worse than this. As far as percentage down, I would say they're pretty damn close. No, MicroStrategy's down over 50%. MicroStrategy was down 55% yesterday or the day before yesterday. I haven't looked at it today, but I know it's probably lower. Yeah, it's lower. So that low didn't hold. Last week's low on MSTR did not hold. It's not holding yet. Guys, this doesn't look good. This is the low that I was wanting to watch what Bitcoin does when it gets there. This is last week's low. You've taken that out on MicroStrategy. So what I would love to see MicroStrategy do today is close back above that, and then I would want to see like a big gap up tomorrow. Being that it's Friday, that I wouldn't expect that, but that's what I would want to see. If you gap down tomorrow, I'm going to be not expecting Bitcoin to bounce that last week's low. MicroStrategy is the stock, and Coinbase and Mara and Riot, all of those stocks that people play based on Bitcoin. If they're anything look, I mean, oh my gosh, you're way under last week's low on Mara. Way under last week's low on Riot. I would not be expecting a bounce here on Coin. Everything else is way under last week's low. So I have to assume that is also going to happen here. It just hasn't happened yet. I would not be buying this. Unless Bitcoin bounces strong today. And it isn't yet. S&P just put in fresh daily lows. It's trading back above the low that it set 30 minutes ago, so it is starting to bounce a little bit. You ultimately did go up and test the daily res on VIX. So things need to start taking a turn for the better here, like soon, or I would expect more downside today. I want to say the lows of the day are probably in. I would want to see the lows of day in. On ETH, on Fartcoin, on Bitcoin, on Risk, on everything. But ETH is pushing on lows. It's literally, as I'm speaking, pushing down into the year open. So it looks to me like the low is probably not going to be in. Has the fear and greed changed on the stock market? It was 37. Yes. Yes. Wasn't it higher? Wasn't it like 30 something earlier today? Yeah. Yesterday it was 34 at the close. This is down 7, so it wasn't 37, it was 34. Yeah, things are looking pretty nasty out there. I wouldn't be trying to cherry pick bottoms here on anything. Farcoin might be another short setup, actually. If you missed this short here on Farcoin, you could potentially look for a short here at 4-hour res. That's if things continue to, if the VIX continues to push. Earlier, someone asked me if it could get to 21, and I kind of giggled and laughed and said, probably not. You're halfway there. You are halfway there. So now I wouldn't put that past it, but Farcoin just not reacting the same way as everything else. Look at Pingu. ETH. Oh, that 5-minute chart here. Yearly open retest. Bitcoin heading down to fresh day lows. VIX up on day highs. It'd be hard pressed to get me to buy this year open test. But yeah, if this continues, I'd say Farcoin's going to fail soon. "15-minute supply would have been a decent little spot to mitigate risk." Man, I wish I would have added to Pingu instead of Fart now. Dude, I'm crushing it. I've got over $1,100 in unrealized gains on this account. I mean, these aren't this isn't from day trades. Like I said, everything has been like, we took profits here already on Bitcoin. We took profits already here on Pingu, but we didn't take profits here on this position. This position is up nicely. So you add up this, and this, and you're setting at $1,100. With a total of $700 at risk. Not bad. But this trade's been open for days. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's just now starting to go somewhere. I think the highest, let me see. No, last week. Last week it was up much more than that, right? It had to be, because last week we put in that low. We're not at that low. So we took that trade. We took that trade right here. Okay, so no, I wasn't in the trade last week. Wait a minute. Let me pull that position up. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. We took it I took it last week. So it was higher at one point last week. Right here's where we took it. So when it made these lows down here, it was up a lot more than $757. Yeah, not bad. I wish I would have added to the Pingu short instead of the Fartcoin short, because the Fartcoin short got liquidated when it pushed up into here today. When Fartcoin spiked up, it took out the short that I put on earlier this morning. Boom. But it was a continuation trade from yesterday. We shorted Fartcoin up here. I added to the position in here. So that was a terrible add. So by adding to the position, it dropped the cost basis all the way down to here. And then that wick got it because I had the stop loss set to 0. So that wick took the Fartcoin short out, which it's okay because it hasn't really gone anywhere. But instead of adding to Fartcoin, in hindsight, I wish I would have added to Pingu. To be fair, it would have been a terrible ad also, because the add-on would have came somewhere in here. So it would have been a better trade, because it's got $108. Adding another $108 to the position would have brought it halfway down. So that trade would not have been liquidated. And it's in the process of putting in downside continuation now. So that's your lowest 4-hour close. You're testing that now. So in theory, so this is all like a big consolidation. Yeah, I'm not expecting that. No, I don't like that. I'm trying to see what a measured move could ultimately end up being on this. Could be a big one. Could be a big one. If it breaks, it's got to break. Fartcoin is still not breaking. Bix trying to stall out at that 1949 daily res. Ethereum is pushing down on those lows. $15. That's where it's been all day. Oh, it hasn't been updated since 1700 hours. It's down 9 from yesterday. What time does this update? Still pushing down on long-term hodler supply. Everything looks really bad right now. But that's usually when it bounces. When it looks really bad. Today's getting beat up. Sorry, let me get back to looking at stuff for everybody. Today's things are getting beat up. Across the board. Alright, so Irene, Palantir. Irene getting beat up. I've never traded this. It's down 35%. It's got some to go. Liquidation at 48. It's not an inside month. It's a trending candle, but it doesn't have much further to go to be an outside month reversal. I would want to see it hold there with the caveat that I don't necessarily want to buy it either, because it's got some serious downside Momo. That is a waterfall. It did it here too, but this is bigger. This is where I'd be interested in buying, and only if it fails to push down into 44.95. But I would not be interested in buying it with this much momentum behind it. I would literally, once it got there, I would give it a week to suss it out, to see what it wants to do moving forward. There's too much downside momentum to just try to pick a bottom on anything, especially when it's just straight down. Like, you're trading way under last week's low. You're probably getting pretty close, but as far as putting in the low of the week, but I wouldn't want to be a buyer on a Friday. Maybe see what it does tomorrow and then look at it Monday. I don't know. Things are going to have to change. The VIX is going to have to reverse here. It literally has to reverse here and close back down in here. I want to see this be the day low on the S&P. Like down here last week. Remember when we were watching the October open, the quarter open for the long? It ended up being a good trade, but it ended up being too early. Not for me. It didn't end up being a good trade for me. It ended up being a losing trade for me, because I put the trade on right when it got there. Because I was also watching a level on the VIX, and the VIX did test that level, but it ultimately ended up pushing much further than I expected it to. Much further. I was anticipating it reversing here. Once it got up above this, I went and S&P was testing this and I bought it. But it pushed down another 40 points. You're at 68 up there. Down here, you're at 27. So it pushed down another 40 points. That's the problem with trying to scoop things up at levels. It's a good level to watch, but maybe not a good level to buy on the first test. Well, you've got something similar happening here. We're wanting to see the VIX reject here because it did fill this gap. But it could ultimately do what the person this morning said. What if it pushes up to 21? If it does, this is going to push deeper. But it is getting close. Right? It's getting close to where we want to see it reverse. I would love to see that also transpire with Ethereum and Bitcoin. Like if you look at what you're doing here on Bitcoin, yesterday we pushed into Saturday and Sunday lows, and then that was pretty much it, right? Then it gave a nice big bullish, emotional bullish move out of there. So imagine if you were yesterday looking at these lows, acting like you wanted to buy them. You got stopped out, what, 2 times? And then ultimately, boom, then you chase it. And you get a nice move, and you're setting in these unrealized gains today. Like, yeah, today's going to be the day. Bitcoin's going up here, right? And then it ends up rolling over in your face and stopping you out. This is where you run into problems as a retail trader trying to buy swing lows. The trend is down. This is why, like, if you've made more than one freshly swing weekly low, maybe don't be a buyer. Unless you have the money and can afford the risk. Like me, obviously, I can afford the 2 losses I ate on Ethereum today because I made $300 on a Bitcoin short. Right? But for you, if you can't afford that, you definitely shouldn't be trying to pick swing lows. The trend is down. Look to sell resistance. Where's resistance? Right here. It's not perfect. It wasn't an absolute perfect tag, but it is the objective level. It is the level to watch. And you only had to watch it for a couple of hours. Same scenario as what the dollar did, right? You closed above it, then you put in an upside continuation, and then another one. But then you put in this move. Next move, midpoint check, and then it rolled over. This was the bounce we got early this morning. The bounce that I said don't get too, because these big bounces usually get sold into in a downtrending market. We had already put in multiple weekly lows. So we're seeing this here. You're putting in several lows, but they're not really doing anything. It's been trending down all week. Oh, to be fair, the futures, no. But I'm talking about up here. Like, there's your Tuesday, sorry. So you're just now making a fresh weekly low here today on risk. Never mind. Bitcoin did make multiple fresh weekly lows. Is that day 20? No, the day 21 isn't up there. Is it? I haven't moved that in a long time. It's not accurate. Yeah, it's not accurate. The day 21 is up here. Yeah, this ain't a great look. It's still pushing up. It's not a good look. And the dollar down, still on the lows. When did that woman say that, Wes, the press secretary? When did she say no, they're not going to do any releases? Because today you're supposed to get the CPI release, and now all of a sudden markets are getting creamed. There has to be something in there. Okay, sorry, I'm getting off track. Palantir was a big runner. Palantir may be done. I don't know. It may not be, but risk markets are coming off here. Lower high. It's getting sold into. So now this move right here is starting to look like, yeah, it's starting to look a little rougher around the edges. But it's into daily support, Palantir is. You've got one. This day is lower. I see that. But 1, 2, 3 days all right in there. So you're right there. But I don't expect it to hold if risk keeps putting in fresh day lows. Palantir's been hot, but it has cooled off. Oh my goodness, you're so close to putting an outside month reversal. Very, very close, is it? Let's see what this low is. 169.42. You do have already. You did make a lower low. That low is $1 lower. Almost. It's like 50 cents lower. So you do have an outside month bearish reversal candle. It's a engulfing. This will be a sell signal moving forward on Palantir. The only way it doesn't is if it gets back up to the open in 15 days. And even then, people aren't going to trust it. This thing is so extended. On the month, you've been over freaking 90. $95 is when I'm like, no, I'm not touching it. So I stopped touching this thing back in July. On the week, it never did achieve those nasty 95 RSI, but when it's on the month, I would have been very, very, very not wanting to buy that. Like, no, dude, don't buy this. There's no way I would have told anybody to buy that. So it looks like a blow off, right? Almost. I mean, it's not a blow off just by the month or the week. A blow off, usually one bearish candle takes out a multitude of bullish weeks. But you still got 15 days on this. So if this is the midpoint of the month, if you see the same size selling pressure as you have seen, this thing's going to close down in here. That would be disgusting. That puts you down here. Maybe not next week, but the week after or the week after that. So be careful. I would not be buying this. If you have a lot of profits, if you bought it weeks and weeks ago, take profits. The biggest gainers are going to be the biggest losers. God forbid a black swan event occurs. Not in every scenario, but that's a good rule of thumb to go by. So when you buy these massive gainers like this, like, they are eventually going to get hammered. But I mean, if they keep making huge money, it may not. I know nothing about Palantir, what they do, who they work. I know they do like AI for the government or something like that, right? I don't know if they have weapons or what. I know, like, I just know of the ticker. I don't know the company. I don't own any of this in my portfolio. Obviously, I wish I did. But I can remember when people were asking me about Palantir. It hasn't split yet, right? I remember in 2023 and 2024, this thing was like $15. So this is like a massive short squeeze. Huge. I wouldn't be buying that up here. It's probably very much overbought. SSRM, it's a gold miner. My favorite gold miner, there's two of them that I watch, but I'll pull this one up. Yeah, I'm not loving this one. Gold made massive all-time highs. Like gold has been on an absolute tear all year. I'm looking at the year open. I'm on January down here. So this had a nice run in January, but once it got to the all-time highs, or not even all-time highs, just previous year highs, 2021 highs, you rejected. So like my favorite miners to watch for moves on gold, AU and AEM. AU was like huge for 2025. We'll check. I'll go back and check. That's slow down there, buddy. That's a 264% return on AEM. I mean, on AU. 280% return on AEM. So this is Ashlow Ashanti, and here, I have to pull it up. I don't remember the names. I don't trade these things that often. I did trade them at the beginning of the year. So here it is. Anglo Gold, Ashanti, and then Agnico Eagle. Very good gold miners to watch for gold strength. SSRM. It did good too, to be fair. So let's go to year. Right there is your year open. Yeah, it went up almost 200, almost 300% also. 209 to where it is now. But at the highs, it would have been close to where AU and AEM are now. So those two outperformed this one, but not by a whole lot. I honestly think I got to give gold time to accumulate. I can't do anything with gold right now. It's got to accumulate. It's got to set a range. If it does that, then we could potentially look to be a buyer at support again. So all we're doing right now is we're waiting for gold to trade in a multiple month range and see what happens. China could continue to be buying a ton of gold, and so could other central banks across the world. We don't know what gold's going to do, so all we can do are watch the technicals. And right now, it's not the time. I think you're a little early to be, unless you just own it outright. So it's trying to set in a range, but dollar weakness could totally destroy whatever range it was going to set. So you're working on bearish divergence here, but you got to close a higher weekly close before you can say you have divergence. Most technical analyst channels want to see a higher high, but this oscillator calculates on the close, not the high. So as far as I'm concerned, you can delete the high. All you need is a higher close. If you get a higher weekly close than this close, you will have bearish divergence. And a lot of big sellers wait for weekly bearish divergence. They don't always win, right? They don't always win, because here was your highest weekly close ever at 3330. Then you closed this one and the RSI was bearish divergence from this close to that close. To be fair, you did get 2 weeks of downside. I would not call that divergence played out. I usually want to see closer to 50 to call it played out. So really and truly, you get what I'm saying, right? You're getting ready to get an epic sell signal on gold. But if the dollar continues to be weak and central banks continue buying gold, it can keep going. So if you're holding it, just keep holding it. But obviously that's going to be determined by where you bought. Always. Are you in the money? Are you not? That's always going to affect my analysis when you ask me what I would do. What I would do here on gold is just keep holding. Like, I own gold coins. But as far as trading it, we wanted to see it hold daily res the other day. It didn't. So me still sitting in that position just means I'm losing more and more money. I should have got out of it when it broke out. I tried to. I thought I did. So instead of closing it down yesterday, I wanted to see a dip. I never really got a good dip to close it. And today we're higher. So, and the dollar's super weak. So I may end up losing a lot more money on this, more than I intended to. But it's very much within my risk parameters. Still. Like, I'm not taking a massive beating on this thing yet. So I'm still holding it. I'm losing a total of $58. It's not like I'm getting absolute murdered on GLD right now. I'm not. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. So I can give it a little bit more time. This is the first time you've tested daily supply, so we'll see what it does. But I didn't want to see it close the daily above this. And it did. So today's close will basically dictate what I do with that GLD put spread moving on. But I don't love this structure. I don't love that I'm sitting in a loss. And I don't love that dollar is breaking down as I'm speaking to you. It's literally putting in fresh day lows. Right this second. So that could make gold spike again. I think it would have already been making gold spike if it was going to. So clearly people are taking profits on gold. Be careful if you're looking for new positions on gold. ICP says Real Alice Internet Computer or Insane Clown Posse. It had a nice bounce a few weeks ago, or last week. This week it's been getting annihilated. Back down 50%. It's probably done. 40%. It's getting close to being cooked here. It's a higher low. But give it a few days, see what it does. If it doesn't break down today below support, then I don't know, right? I don't love this structure. To me, this looks absolutely... It looks fine like this, right? Because like this, it just looks like it's just a midpoint test. But when you look at it, like on log, it looks fine. It doesn't look good. But it could hold. It's under the monthly midpoint. I would not have wanted to see that. I would have wanted to see that midpoint hold. It could still, but it looks to me like it's getting ready to dump. It needs to hold the same way that Bitcoin and Ethereum and Pingu, like all of them are basically right now testing this kind of structure here. You don't want to lose that. If you lose that, there's no telling how much lower it could go. The good news on this one is it doesn't have a lot of downside momentum today. That's about the best news I can give you. Well, I guess Ethereum has lost that structure. Bitcoin has lost that. Well, Bitcoin is testing this structure here, but losing it right now. So ICP is probably going to follow suit, unless there's pumpamentals on it. Like if there's some kind of huge. There was news 5 and 6 and 7 days ago. I don't know. Can it hit $10? I doubt it. It could have, but it didn't quite get there. I doubt it's going to do that now. But right here would be a good place to watch. I wouldn't buy it, but it looks like it's about to go. I would feel much safer holding a short on this than I would a long, right? But 21 is still way under it, so you still got room to the downside to go before maybe support builds in. I don't like the lower highs on the days. Every single day since you put in the high, it has been a lower daily high. Boom, boom, boom. So it's probably getting ready to break down. Be careful. Give me some higher daily highs, and then I can work with that. I can't work with it as long as it's putting in every day is a lower high. That's just telling me that the sellers are pushing it down at lower prices. They're coming in lower and lower. Not great. Wait for some higher daily highs and then look for that day support. AMD, SoFi. AMD still looking okay. They had good earnings. Apple still looks okay. Microsoft looking all right. Nvidia might be good. All the tech plays are looking okay. So AMD, I kind of feel like I wouldn't buy it here, but I mean, I do not like buying overbought markets. I just do not. At least the daily indicator got back into the buying zone, but it already bounced. So like the first pullback here would have been the time to look for like if you were going to look for the longs. Up here right now, there's no. It's a no. You're into daily res. And it rejected that today. So this is a lower high, but at least it isn't getting murked like S&P is. Something that we looked at yesterday during the premium live stream, yesterday we were doing the live stream for the Discord only. We went and checked out our ratios watch list to see if we were seeing any of that risk off sort of feel, and you are. Like you're seeing rotations out of growth into value. Why hasn't AMD or Apple or Google felt that yet? I don't know. But there is a clear rotation here from value or from growth to value. So whenever I see that, I have to be concerned with dip buys. right? I mean, this looks like an absolute rejection here, and I don't love that. Now, it's not that bad on everything, like on tech versus energy or tech versus consumer staples. Tech versus energy doesn't look great. Growth versus value doesn't look great. The SPY versus staples, okay. Energy versus SPY, it's okay. But it's definitely coming to the area which we would like to see it stop going up. But right now, you're kind of in a zone when it comes to energy and the SPY, as both are pulling back. Here's oil. Oil's getting kind of beat up here. So, Landman said they like oil at 70. They don't like this. Oil's getting beat up pretty good here for a while. And that's why you're not seeing those ratios get murked yet. But if oil starts to spike and risk rolls over, then things are going to start getting crazy. But that isn't happening yet. I wouldn't expect it to happen either, as long as inflation stays, within 2 points of where it is now. Keep your eyes on inflation. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the prints, but the next one we'll get, hopefully it's not a 5-point up move, or that could be bad. SoFi pulling back pretty strongly today. Still looks okay, technically speaking. You're testing the 50 on the RSI, but you've basically been doing that for a long time. So technically it looks okay, but that's a pretty brutal down day. Hopefully it finds support here, but this is where I'd want to see support hold. To be fair, this was a nasty down day too, and they did end up buying it back up. So at least with this one, it's not getting absolutely murked. It's actually at a potential area of support. Since it's right here at gap fill, I think I would feel more comfortable if we got gap fill, but I wouldn't force the issue. For me, as long as it stays above this price, I could justify a long scalp, but I wouldn't be a buy and hold investor up here. When I like to add to my stock portfolio, I like to add when everything's getting murdered. Bear markets, love it. I'll start buying. This isn't a bear market. Things are pulling back off the highs. Bitcoin's in bear market territory, but I really don't consider Bitcoin in bear market territory till 30%. Risk markets are all of. At the lows today, they're down 2.25% off the highs. And nothing's getting killed. It's just kind of a down day. It looks okay there. I would want to see this price hold after a gap fills, but the gap isn't necessary. See, like you kind of got that here, right? So I'm talking about this right here. Something similar to here. So like I wouldn't want to buy it unless we filled this gap here. I mean, technically speaking, I wouldn't even consider that a gap. Because intraday you traded up to 26.90, and on this day you traded down to almost 26.90. So I mean, you were within 10 cents of filling the gap completely. But nevertheless, if you go from close to open and then the low, there's your gap. Right? So I'd want to see gap fill, and then I'd want to see that price held. Okay, right here, gap filled. Now I want to see this price hold moving forward. And if something like that can happen, I can be a buyer. Right? But what you're going to see happen next is what's been the problem with SoFi for so long. It gets going and then it comes back. And then it gets going and now it's coming back. It's been doing that since the very beginning of October. It's been a choppy mess. But I would look for gap fill and then look for that to hold. Gap fill is down here. MSTR is under the 2024. It's under the 2024 what? The 2024. Under the 2024. What? Under the 2024 close? Yeah. It's under the 2024 mid too. 618 even. Yeah, MSTR looks bad. MSTR's down almost 60%. It is down 60%. This is getting closer and closer to a buy for me. To add to a long-term portfolio. Let me get this at 80 and I'm buying it. Yeah, I'll buy that. I don't think you're going to get there, but you're getting close. So we're literally in November now. You're into last October's price range. Obviously, people know something. The split kind of screwed everything up. Yeah. I would almost be comfortable selling puts under 218 if it closes the week back above that. But I would want to sell them way lower so that way, like maybe at like 200 or something. Uh, 204 is the next place. I mean, it's not looking great here. It isn't looking great here. My goodness, Ethereum is still putting in fresh day lows. All right. Want to see MES hold here, or ES tagging 30-minute support. It's got to hold. Has to hold. We filled the gap. We tagged resistance on the VIX. This is where I want to buy. 67.75. And I would close it if it doesn't hold. You get a lower close, I wouldn't want to hold it anymore. But if it can hold here, I could justify putting on a long for a little bit of a bounce. Only because we pushed up above the high. It's not higher than this high, but it is higher than this one. So that could give me a reason to buy that. So I will watch and see what it does. Come on. But MSTR, man, not looking good. Crypto's getting beat up. November 2024 low, that is. Oh, I should have just looked a little bit lower. My biggest short position is WGMI from 60. Good job. Looking good. You have no reason to close that short. Nice job. That's a good short. Yeah, there's no reason to close that. Just leave that thing open. If it's by options, then obviously it will close when it expires. We just got under 100K, guys, on Bitcoin. Under 100K. 99,987. I mean, it's not no big deal. We did it last week, but it's not looking good. Obviously, in hindsight, I took profits too early. We're up to $1,217 of unrealized gains. Damn. What did Farcoin do? Did it roll over yet? There it goes. Boom! Sorry, I didn't mean to yell in your ear. I told you you could have sold 4-hour res. Oh, I bet nobody did it. Damn, dude. There's 4-hour res. Dumped. Take profits, but I mean, the way things are going here, S&P broke down below that support. S&P currently putting in a fresh day low. It didn't hold, so now you got a bearish engulfing 30-minute candle. Things are getting a little bit out of hand here. Hopefully somebody shorted that. What some bonker ass price action this week, but we're starting to see that weekly candle expand now. It was an inside week today. It's still an inside week, but like we went all the way down to here when we were looking at it earlier this morning. Looking pretty bad. Looking pretty bad. Oil had a pretty nasty down day yesterday, but not really doing anything today. November 2020. Yep, my biggest short position. Keep that open. Coin tracks ETH a bit better than Bitcoin. Maybe. I mean, that's just semantics. When I say these things track whatever Bitcoin does, I mean the crypto market. The whole crypto market. Bitcoin is the crypto market. Everything follows Bitcoin to some extent. Not one for one, right? Not perfectly. But Bitcoin is the market. It looks pretty damn close. Ethereum got hammered here, but they pretty much mirror one another. I mean, look at the line chart. Like, it's flawless almost. Except here, this is where ETH kind of outperformed a little bit, but or Bitcoin did. And here we are. So, yeah, I mean, they all pretty much do the same thing. It's a crypto company. I would expect it to follow whatever crypto's doing. Crypto's down. So, where to buy? 98K inbound. And I don't want to own it under that. S&P just trying to purge the day low. Didn't quite do it. Did it on the cash market here. It did. Nope, it did not. Cash market lows. 61. Cash market low, 70. Wait, what? 66. And then 70. 62. So it did do it. Low, 67, 61. 67, 62. It's $1 short. Pretty close. ETH is getting annihilated. ETH is down 4.3%. So there's that ETH outperformance I was talking about. Bitcoin's not down 2% yet. ETH's down almost 4.5%. Everything is red. Except the VIX and GLD. Piece of shit. Uh-oh. Cerebro is up. We should short it. Hang on. I'm joking. I mean, I kind of am joking. Not really, but kind of. Hang on. It's up 28%, 24-hour change. Funding rate is a little bit, it's 0.03, but it's paying the shorts. Why is it bouncing so strongly today? Do we got news? Not since January 25. No news on Cerebro. Is it on the X-Men? Is it Cerebro? Yeah, cerebral. That's that word. C. It starts with a C. What? So Cerebro is a play on words or what? Or means nothing of the sort? So here's the rebro. There's no news. Let me ask Grok. Any news on Cerebro? Cerebro, the AI meme coin hybrid on Solana, blending retrieval augmented generation. I don't know what any of that means. Tech for autonomous content creation is showing some intriguing short-term momentum today amid a choppy broader market. Dude, the broader market's down. Anyways, trading at around up 2 to 3%. No, it's up a lot more than that. It's bucking the everything dumps vibe with a 29% intraday surge. Noted in real-time trackers, pushing its market cap to 41 million. No earth-shattering headlines dropped today, but here's the pulse on news and potential bullish catalysts. Technicals don't give us not trading signals. Firing bots and analysts are lining up. A signal bot closed a 231% trade on Cerebro today, with fresh entries targeting 41.7, which we're there. No, we're not. We're at 40.93. Community calls it creeping up with a creeping up. It's up almost 30%, and the community is saying it's creeping up. No, dude, it's up huge with a breakout potential, and it's ranked as a top gainer in the chaos alongside Resolve and Usual. Whale activity, a notable 00B whale. What? Is that a misprint? It looks like boob. Boob whale scooped up 90 or 9.93k worth at 41 mil. What? With a 41 million market cap. That is not a whale. On-chain fresh wallets are spiking the bullish catalyst to watch. Technical breakout setup. No. AI narrative revival. No new drops today, but ongoing sector heat. AI crypto market. Longer term hype. Predictions for 2025 range wildly bullish. Up to 6 cents short term peak. Up to 24 to 39 mid-year, or even 63 in optimistic models. That's extremely optimistic. Ecosystem expansion, DApps, DeFi gaming integration, and market cap growth to 1 billion are floated as unlocks, but these are speculative. Watch for roadmap update posts October. It's volatile AF. You ain't shitting, Grok. At 9% plus swings lately. That's what we like, with resistance up at 3.9. Yeah, I'm looking at that too. Yeah. Doesn't look like a great short here. Like, there's nothing that I would short, like, right here, but I can 100% short right here. So this breakout is just now really happening. Yeah, 13% of today's gain is on this now. Right here's your day open. So yeah, the majority of the move is coming right here. This could be a short squeeze, and I am willing to short it. I would love a full-on weekly open test, as I don't have anything to short here other than an older 4-hour swing low support zone. Not good enough for me. Get up here, you biatch. Then I can jump on. We got 30-minute res up there. We got hourly res right there. Oh, that would be such a dangerous trade, shorting a simple hour up close candle. Midpoint. It is not the midpoint. Big break just happened. It's got to hold here, and then I can sell it up there upon rejection. I don't really have anything to short it with right where it is. It's a big, I mean, it's above 440. Yeah, I need, there's nothing else there. All right, we're going to have to wrap this up. I didn't realize it was so late. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot. If I get retested the weekly open, I will potentially watch it there. Up to 1,300 on the unrealized gains. Bitcoin is just getting beat up today. I got to eat. Starving. Dude, we're literally about to take out the weekly low right now. This is the last place I want to be a buyer. Right there. If it's under this, I do not want to buy it. I repeat, I do not want to buy it under that price. And it's coming. S&P's fresh day lows just 5 minutes ago. VIX is back above the daily res. So doesn't appear to be any bounce coming anytime soon. You guys make sure you trade safe for the rest of the day. Yes, it did. CoinMarketCap has fear and greed at 25 today. I like looking at this one. I don't know why. I just do. I like it. It's pretty good. I don't know whose it is. It's just feargreedmeter.com. The stock market's down to 27. Intraday trending bullish VIX all day. Yeah, it is. It's making fresh day highs. But those could be the last fresh day highs. I doubt it, but they could be. It's 1 o'clock. Fart broke down. Yes, it did. Took the short at 4-hour res. Good for you, firefighter Marion. Man, take some money. Take profits. It's probably going to break down further. But, I mean, because Bitcoin is currently. Good job. Good job. Look at that. It's volatile AF. What? Oh, hopefully he didn't get stopped out. That's a 6%, 7%. I mean, that's a good trade. Hopefully you took profits. Hopefully you took profits. I don't know if that bounce is legit. That bounce is legit. It's a 1 minute candle. It happened in, 1 minute. That's terrible. I hope that did not get you. Super volatile here. But Look at Pingu, just as pretty as it can be. Fresh July lows, but last week's low right here on Pingu. Shit. Things are looking really good out there. I mean, for me, I don't know about everybody else, but getting absolutely destroyed. I mean, Bitcoin's been trending lower since it put in that up close 30-minute candle. Look at this. Up close, and then every candle since then has been a lower low, lower close, lower low, lower close, lower low, lower close, lower low, lowest close. It's getting beat up pretty bad. They had the bull stuck real good today, didn't they? Hate that. Hate that. I want Bitcoin to go up. Everybody makes money when Bitcoin goes up. Only the good pro traders are making real good money today. But I'm losing money on my long-term holdings. That's what I don't like. That's my savings account. I don't like to see my savings account go down when I'm not the one causing it, if you know what I mean. Take the 2022 bear market low, 16K, 69 bull high on one standard deviation from there. I'm not quite understanding that. Good job on the short. Upvote on the way out, y'all. Thank you very much. Never seen that volatility on the fart coin. Yeah, that's a brutal candle. Did it have volume to match? It did. I don't know what that's crazy. That almost seems like a misprint. It's a stop. So when you open a sell, these are all stops. That's what this volume candle it's to cover a short position, you must buy back into the market. That's what all this volume right here is, all longs from short stops. They probably were chasing it all the way down, and black, it knifed them up real good. Hopefully that didn't get anybody in here. Hopefully their stop was higher, but most likely it wasn't. It would have got me if I would have shorted there. That would have definitely took me out. That little tiny wick just from entry to there is almost a 2% move. So, yeah, it would have got me. But it already got me. It got me over here earlier this morning. All right, you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. Make sure you guys trade safe, trade smart, and as always, happy trading.